think I want 45 toughness, because isn't that like the, well, this one's just infinitely cooler. Uh, we'll call it the D in Destiny. That looks so stupid, it looks like it's the Destiny. Ignatius. Nah, we'll just go with, this Balk. It's just okay. Let's get this started then. You know, it's crazy. I've played this game so much and yet I've never actually beaten it. Granted, it's an Owlcat game, so it's like once you get to the back half of it, it just all like turns into bugs and praying that anything works.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Do you have a particular reason for disturbing me?
My apologies. I did not seek you out to pester you with unwanted attention. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
My name is Balk.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencias, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of a ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
Lord Captain. A strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the God Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
I assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Ethelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Certainly.
Every moment a chance for greatness.
I forget. Is there a way to lock the camera? Okay, there we go. I just have to click the portrait at the top. Do I have a sword or anything? Do I really have to start with just a gun? Alright then.
Let's seize the moment.
One of the Von Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Those guys lived a nice, healthy life of up until the age of like 23 years old,
Looks
probably.
like we have a problem on our hands.
Oh, you poor, poor officer. No! No! Very useful there. 45 to hit.
I said, so done.
I mean, if it's a 45 from wherever I hit, then I'll list fire from
They
back
won't
here, I
expect
guess.
this.
Yeah, that's not surprising. Might as well reload, because I have no other actions I can do. Quickly, red shirts. Kill him! Oh, goodbye. Oof. Dude. I need you to actually do something here.
Easy.
Okay, there we go. Oh, goodbye, other red shirt.
Let's set this in motion.
Oh, this is going rather poorly.
To the heretics! I know what to do. Done and done.
There we go.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
No one is allowed to enter
I'm
the
afraid
premises.
I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Alrighty then. Oh, you mean over all of the dead bodies?
Let's see this through.
Weird how there's not a like option to just like hold and like left click in a direction or something.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Your first impression of Elthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Behind the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth, bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity. Regular
I don't mean to
magma
talk over this, but I
eruptions,
think this voice acting is
metamorphic rock
new.
deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure? Pharaoh, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
I find your tone most disagreeable, Edelthrad. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences.
Well, I find your company disagreeable, and yet I'm forced to endure such.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Goodbye.
So, why are you here?
I do not know just yet. I hope you'll clarify that.
clarity, a luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance. This, however, is one such opportunity. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity, and my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I am ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Yes, you would be, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader.
Oh, she said it. Roll credits.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
I could ask these, but I feel like it's way funnier to be like, can I ask my questions now? I have no more questions.
Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Well,
Brute force it is, then. Your Emperor won't save you!
Me.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
My faith strengthens me. For the
Oh, God.
glory of the Imperium. Chaos guides me out of my way. I serve the ruinous power. Bloodied,
ow.
yet still standing. They won't expect this. Easy. A costly mistake.
duty go hand in hand.
Abelard, no.
Death to non-believers!
Oh, my ears are ringing.
You can't die, Abelard.
One fewer target. I took care of
Jesus,
this one.
I was even worried. He's kicking their asses.
Die!
Let's see, 30% chance to hit. It's not great.
I know what to
Guess
do.
I'll take a pot shot.
That's how it's done.
Nice.
For now. Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Aye aye, Capitan.
Onward to victory.
Why did they just like slide across the floor?
Alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Mutiny? But who would attempt a mutiny here in the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on transitional deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I shall do everything in my power.
Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come.
Right here? In the middle of the deck?
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I shall make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Just bonk to the back of the head. Why'd you have to kick me in the dick?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Ah, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Voigtver, you two-faced scum. You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel. An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of grok shit?
Wretched.
What do you know about wretchedness?
Theodorus Kerr.
Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion.
But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind. Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Von Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning. And then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a single arch. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Get out! I am not your puppet. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. In the gateway, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Yeah, sure, let me just quickly fail this tech use. How? You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voitvir wounded you, who with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Examine the sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the other ones you are used to. Its skin and covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Any weapons. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. Alright, I'll put my hand in the fucking servitor's mouth. The sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo monitors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The sentinel His jaw remains closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this was ever happened.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the sentinel, the cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way.
Thank you, Roborg.
Marching ahead. Duty beckons.
Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade. And fuck, it's going too fast. Do all the shit I would and none of the shit I wouldn't do.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by.
I need to contact someone, preferably Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
I need a weapon. I am utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The servo skull goes silent, its relays clicking. Second after second passes and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. Just lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Venture forth.
Okay. Wait, where do I need to go?
Stay sharp.
Am I just supposed to go like back to the Sentinel or whatever? Ah.
Master, whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me, what is the meaning of this?
Kunrat? I don't know. Voitvir is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck. He stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voitvir openly admitted that he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip his dialogue. Oh, wait, no. Right. Put them on both hands. How do I see... There we go. How is it calculated again? Agility bonus divided by 2, and then it's 2 times the agility bonus. That's right. Okay.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let me help. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly has gone wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
The navigator's sanctum. Very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the god
captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
I love Abelard.
You'll regret standing against me. Come to chaos!
Last in initiative? How am I last in initiative? Isn't it agility that decides, like, when you go? Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's something else. I don't know. Alrighty. Well, start you there. Abelard will have you... Honestly, if we're... do that. Oh, it's the bottom up. Ah, I see.
One step ahead. Let's set this in motion. A costly mistake.
Why did I do 4 attacks? Oh! Oh, that's dope. Make 2 with each sword? That's awesome.
Chaos guides me. Ah! Chaos guides me. Ah!
Yeah, it's certainly not doing you guys any favors. Here first.
I will do my
Swing on
greatest
this
of
dude. And then charge this guy. Shit.
Brace yourself,
My way.
Abelard.
Dude! Oh my god, you suck! How did you manage to kill 2 of your own friends? Oh my god, that's amazing.
They won't easy.
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
I serve the ruinous power god. Forward.
Victory is imminent. 1 fewer target.
What have these guys got on them? Whole hell of a lot of swords. Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Ooh. Okay. Oh, I should have upgraded my strength. I think about it. That should have been something I updated instead of just more toughness. I'll have to do that later. Let's do more warp, I guess.
Let's seize the moment.
Off to the Navigator's Sanctum.
The Navigator's Sanctum is directly along the passage.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams, the screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the Navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the engine Seer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's Sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
We must see if the Navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door. But still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Alright, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting.
Your doom has been foretold. All of you will bleed.
It's a lot of veil degradation.
Anything else? On it.
Let's get to it.
I've suffered worse. It will be done. I took care of this one. One fewer target.
No foe too great.
I don't know why it has me move like that, but
I know
alright.
what to do. Done and done. Let's set this in motion.
Anything else? Farewell.
Creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Spider still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Hey, are you alive?
Your time is short.
Oh. You're in need of help. We have to get you out of that chair.
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Ah! It came from beyond. His body is not his.
Dira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there's purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
I want to help you. Tell me how.
Run. The sanctum will be sealed. I will hold it off. Hold on. And wait for the signal from the Master Helmsman. Then I will commence the translation. So, run. Run.
The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespidas, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter.
Forge ahead.
Poor bastard. Oh wait, can I pick up the... Ooh, I can. Oh. Okay.
Marching ahead.
Okay, it just does that. To the officer's deck.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
The white-haired woman, white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hand, and for a brief moment it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Balk von Valentius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I am no traitor, sister. You can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue traitor ship? Your orders serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
We must get to the main hull of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Let's see this through.
Ooh, better sword.
Stay sharp.
Go through here.
Close ranks!
Let the blood flow!
Hey, what's that? Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. Will do. Was that you?
Unpleasant. Poised for action. They won't expect.
Uh-oh. Wow.
Follow my lead. Indeed. I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
Oh, this. Okay.
That won't stop me.
Such is the will of chaos. Death to non-believers.
Please stop shooting me.
To the weak.
Stop it.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I know what to do. With purpose. Easy. Didn't see that one coming, did you? A costly mistake.
My place is at the fore. Reduced to dust.
Guided by faith. Faith without deed. Rejoice in battle! Eradicated.
What is this foreboding?
I know what to do. You are done and done. Onward to victory. My actions speak louder than words. Now that was easy. Perfect. My actions speak louder than words. Now that was easy. Forge ahead, never linger.
Okay, game. I'd like to hit the. There we go.
Venture forth.
Is that everything? I guess so.
I better myself through my service.
Oh, cool, I leveled up again. Oh, so is it just a, like, standard thingy for everyone? I guess so. So... Agility bonus plus weapon skill bonus.
Over there.
Imminent game save is always scary. The roar of the flames ring in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming. Yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. And that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if they were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Elo. What are we waiting for?
I think I actually did a dogmatic run a little while ago, so... And I don't really give a shit about doing heretical, mainly because a lot of the heretic side of things are just stupid. Like, case in point, Adira here. So I think I'll just go with Iconoclast. I will not leave my people in harm's way. You look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voices of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grow stronger and hopeful. Once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors. In your determination, you completely forget about Theodora, and when you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire.
Where did she go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Perfect.
Oh, that looks stupid. Can I... Yeah, I think we'll just keep it like that.
Let's seize the moment.
Duty prevails.
That'll work.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Mort headed for earlier.
That makes sense to me.
Stay sharp. Keep your guard up. Nothing can catch me off guard.
This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. Generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests.
Let's see this through.
Let's put onto its blaze. With energy capable of powering a vast void ship. Sure. Oh, Theodora.
Onward to victory.
Oh. Well, she is not looking too great. I've never seen Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
It's quite the scream.
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidfear.
I doubt it. Voidfear wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol bullet. An extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in her life. Adira, something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Reports, accounts, dispatches, you go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valancius, signed it with the seal of one of the holy ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the arch-militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he.
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Marching ahead.
The Emperor is with us. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Victory is at your beck and call.
Within a 3-cell radius. Okay, so if I move like here. This and hit everything.
Forward. A costly mistake. Didn't see that one coming, did you? That is how it's done.
Wait, what? Why am I able to use this again? Each time they kill a target. Oh! Jesus, that's insane. That's a crazy ass ability. Holy shit.
As said, so done. Easy. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Anything else? Will do.
Chaos guides me.
Jesus Christ, man.
Indeed. One fewer task.
Honestly, I think I'm doing you a favor here, Jesus.
It will be done.
Alright, so it's any adjacent target, right? Including allies, yeah. So I want to be over here.
Contemplate your weakness. I know what to do. They won't expect this.
Strike is a prayer.
Revel in slaughter can be used after 2 kills instead of 3. Oh. Yeah, that's good. We'll take that. Oh, sure. It's thick skin that I want. These penalties do not stack, okay. So my agility bonus would be, what's, so 4%? Toughness bonus. Considered single attacks. Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm at stacks. Interesting. Increased by their agility bonus. Plus 5 plus melee weapon. Temporary wounds. That's cool. Okay. Oh, and instead heals. That's fun. Stacks up to the amount of interesting. There's a lot of cool abilities to get here. This is tough. I think I just want this for now. Simple, but it just does more damage with my agility bonus, I guess.
Venture forth.
To the bridge.
My actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, got it. So, because everything's turbo fucked.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Help has arrived. Too late to change the tide, I'm afraid. But if there is any honor in you, we can at least die with dignity and give our lives for the rogue trader.
Yeah, the Lord Captain will not be joining us.
The rogue trader. He's dead? No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the war, along with the warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
The ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the navigator's sanctum.
We have no right to bow our heads.
You see Conrad Voigtveer clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Ready your weapons. If we are to die this day, let us die with honor.
No. To die altogether is to allow the flame of the dynasty to perish in the dark. No. It will not be like this. Not today. The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell. Accursed traitor! A time will come when you will bleed for her ladyship Theodora's murder. Remember my words, for they are the vow of he who marches toward his death.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's very not good. What the fuck? Okay, so the Chaos Spawn goes immediately after me. Do I really want to be this close to it then? Ah, well, fuck it.
As said, so done. Easy. That is how it's done. A costly mistake.
Just a minor setback.
You got this, Abelard. I believe in you.
I will endure.
Doubt is for the weak.
High momentum.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Anything else? But of course.
I will do my duty. It will be done. At your beck and call. No matter the cost. It will be done. Victory is imminent. I'm not interested. At your beck and call. I will do my duty.
Chaos guides me. Out of my way.
Nice, well done. Hey, good job, random red shirt. You, not so much. I'll just kill this guy.
That is how it's done.
I know what to do.
Can I fall back now?
Oh dear.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Was that you? Or on it?
That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done.
I must not falter.
Good try, buddy, but... Well,
One step ahead.
oh, okay then.
Stop it!
I'll endure this.
Ouch.
I will endure. justice for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Will do.
Nadira is almost dead.
But of course.
Good job, random red shirt. That was a lot of damage.
Let's set this in motion. They won't expect this. A costly mistake.
Let's go. Seems good. Hmm? Oh. +4 deflection. What is this? Oh, it like makes it so that I can bump up my psyker rank, essentially. Level of psi rating. Yeah, so it increases my psi rating. Oh, they made it it's different now. based on my resolve. This is good too. I think I'll do something simple. I think I just want more agility, right? Oh, that's terrifying. Oh, wait. And all of these are based... Yeah, no, I'm just always pumping agility. Then that's insane. Okay. I'll just take clenched teeth. Just more toughness? Yeah. Ah, shit, I should have done strength actually, because that would give me heavy armor. Uh, I think I just want rack and run. Okay, cool.
Let's seize the moment.
The air is dead. Rover, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wicketry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the navigator's sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. I am ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue traitor's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire. The other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle.
It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. I am saving my people. Do your worst, but you cannot stop me.
Lead them, mortal. Guide them. Persuade them. Force them to walk your path. You will need followers, for destiny is preordained.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord! It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
I think maybe I should have the tutorials up, because I don't remember everything about this game. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship? You cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voidfair? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors, but frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort. Even so, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their lord captain. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Reading is hard. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers. You've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Balk von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman, whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri, author of the Ptoleman line, our new Voxmaster. That's a she? That's a person? There's a lot going on there. It is an honor to serve your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the master helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain, and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large, dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. Hail, Lord Captain. God, he's like a pirate voice. Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high fractotum, Janrus Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious... I don't know how to say that. Fucking smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew works to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the tech priests' mechadendrites. Thank you, Abelard. Greetings to you all. I serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice, pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far, but he can take the heat, so to speak. Ha ha! High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this place is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor, and in that respect I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Drive Master, I will hear from you now. Zerat. A voice distorted by a Vox translator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Well, there's only one voice to do for the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Lord Captain, the foe that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great forementioned, entrusted into my charge, is unharmed. Thank the Omnissiah. But its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger.
Okay, that might be too hard to do for this much dialogue. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equal that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible. I see. Thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Her head. Oh, whoops. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report.
Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our engine seer prime and navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads.
Your lordship, if you would allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull, as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echoes in your mind.
I am the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on that score.
Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone, we've got no able crew. No Lord Commander.
Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself.
Master of Ornaments chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before turning away. I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me. He looks up at you. But I've heard of you, oh yes, your fame has reached even as far as the expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself. He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight. The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight if that is the Lord Captain's will. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and we require a new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. Is that all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage?
Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these three immediate problems.
What can you tell me about the system we currently find ourselves in?
I cede to the Vox Master on this point. Mistress Ptolemy.
We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison and planetoid in the system, and Rykad Manoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted system signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet.
The situation is not very encouraging, but
But without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of utmost importance. Lady Theodora, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis expanse. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume. Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs van Calix, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to football in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the governor of Ricard Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psycho is suffering some ailment of dark madness. She insists on seeing the rogue trader. I judge that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. It's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Talas? No, not yet. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. Yeah, I think I'm good. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. God, that was a lot of fucking dialogue. How may I serve? How may I serve you, Lord Captain? Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you can hear distant shouts of approval. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Now what to do? Let's go to the map. Is it another astropathic station? Interesting. Well. Lord Captain, astropathic choir master Zachary Wise is asking to speak to you via a private channel.
Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hope of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we have heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving the choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It is coming from the Rykard system's astropathic station.
What is the nature of this scream?
We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It has always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to any who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it has become a cradle of madness where expelled images fuse together, twisting and crackling, before crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Empyrean, and it fills me with terror.
We'll have to go and pay a visit to that station.
Thank you, your lordship.
We can do that after we go to Nobolite Station, though. Lord Captain. Reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobolite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Uric 5 being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobolite house requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmissions. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while. But then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered, and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed Navigator's heralds ignoring us? Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed Navigator's blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. Well, this looks good.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Before you execute me, let me tell you, lig my balls. Execute the infidels? Oh, always a good sign. Tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead.
Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness.
Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Navigator frowns.
No one has the right to interpret his will so freely, brother. But wait, I recognize your coat of arms. You must be a lord of the von Valancius dynasty. Yes, I am absolutely positive, in fact. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felic Christoph August, keeper of this station. So you did not come to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uric 5 is a holy sanctum for House Ocelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list.
I'm just here for a navigator. Just give me one, and I'll get the fuck out of here.
I do not think this is possible. Uruk 5 is an observation station. We do not sign contracts and do not provide navigators. We delve into the depths of infinity and chart the movement of the warp storms. And besides...
Felix gestures at the disorder around him.
You have chosen an inopportune time for negotiations.
What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from?
Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobelite. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobaldo Celio, the second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instruction, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivable. They dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light their souls will perish in the darkness of the void.
Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor.
The madman have captured Lady Kasia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her. Begone! Waste no more of my precious time.
The fuck did I just accidentally hit one. What kind of help are you talking about?
I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet...
Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain.
And yet, Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness. But you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic would be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered.
So, how am I supposed to power the elevator?
The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest.
How do I remake the control rod?
I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house at its time of need. The fateful hours are now upon us.
I guess that makes sense.
So what have you decided, descendant of von Valancius?
Of the von Valancius line? It will be my honor to save the Lady Navigator from her woes.
Felix nods curtly. You should hurry, then. We will stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, rogue trader, and may the Emperor's light be with you.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery. never doubt me.
Why the fuck you crying?
Stay sharp.
Why you always crying? Oh my god. Stop
Now that
fucking
was easy.
crying. Oh. I have to wait for house so silly now. Shit.
Search them!
I think I'm fine with where it's at the moment.
Break their morale!
Weapon at the ready. Follow my lead. My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant.
I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicate. Each strike is a prayer.
Well done.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Follow my lead. Break their morale. Onward.
Stop mocking me. Cover me. Will do. Be gone.
Easy.
Weapon at the ready. Follow my lead.
I defy you.
My faith strengthens me. Stay vigilant. Follow my lead. Break their morale.
Well, that was just rude.
I'll do it. Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Unfortunate.
Weapon at the ready.
Weather the storm.
Too great.
A tactically sound approach. Indeed. I took care of this one. At your beck and call. We'll rule the stars themselves.
Three enemies left. Probably just want to take out the squad commander guy.
It will be done. One fewer target. Follow my lead. At your beck and call.
Good old Abelard. Does a trillion damage and beats the shit out of anything that moves.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Onward to victory. Keep your senses keen.
Okay, yeah, this armor's all ass.
Let's see this through.
Oh, okay then. I guess there was a trap there.
Perfect. Venture forth.
I better myself through my service.
The crew continues to mourn Lady Theodora. I fear it may affect the performance of their duties in service of the Lord Captain.
Let the people grieve. Lady Theodora was with us so long that we started to believe she was immortal.
Impossible for this old officer?
Marching ahead.
Ooh. We love better swords.
Duty prevails. Cast your eye there. Never doubt me.
there's nobody here but us. No, somebody's playing brain rot music. I can hear it. All of you guys play League of Legends. You have to die. Everyone's a traitor. Everyone but me, 'cause I am based. That wasn't real smart, was it?
Forge ahead. Never linger.
The Emperor favors me today.
Always striving for greatness.
Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The cogitators inside emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator system. Data on the station navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Status of all the people being alive. Rapid heartbeat. Child location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress levels exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact a station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Okay. Send the log. Partially corrupted. You still managed to access the residual logs for examination. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure if it was ever sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. The Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Child have started butchering one another again. Word came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Port X886, originator classified, date classified. Negotiations with Winter Scales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory, and at once it is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Port X891, originator classified, date classified, data expunged. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed, region Ronto or Celio. Date of visit classified, reason for visit classified, date of departure classified. Alright then. Examine the security and life support logs. Yellow light. It's above the control panel, flicker to life, and a singular repeating message streams down the mid-screen. Warning, damage in technical compartments. A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, any energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the system is advised. Warning. View encrypted data. Security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. But what if was allowed to view? You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitators, so overloaded processors were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands have been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness. Now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child, delete, picked, flow, disable access code, annul station controls, delete, activates, shuttle, self-destruct, purge command log. You know, having the words child, delete, and picked all in like a single, like, kind of like pushed together state, it's like, this guy like, just like, quick, delete all of my browsing history. No one can know what I've done here. Keepers station. Interesting. Well, we call the other planet for help. Okay, nothing. Switch to the main chamber controls. Open all doors on this level. What? That's a whole lot of zeros. This one. Active system. Door has already been opened. How about this one? So I'm just opening all the doors. Okay. Been opened, already been opened. Depressurized. Oh, cool. Activate the elevator. Okay, so powers return to the elevator. That's good.
Stay sharp.
But if the Theobald guy is the one who's with the Cassia or whatever and supposedly betrayed everything, and this dude Felix is the good guy or whatever, then why is it that something's not adding up?
Onward to victory.
It's a lab.
Didn't see that one coming.
I guess I didn't make the check. Transducer. Okay.
Keep your guard up.
Okay. You, please just don't kill me. Think I can do that? That's a whole lot of shit going on. What the fuck? Okay, it's these things. Assume I have to put them in some specific order. Huh. Sure. Put that on. Go for it. I really have no fucking clue what I'm doing here. Activate. Okay, well I guess that was wrong. And I guess I don't get to try again. Moving on.
Venture forth.
Oops. Alright. Says there's some piece of loot over here I missed. Oh. That's probably for the thingy that I just broke. Well. Alas. Okay.
An expected result.
So Felic Orcelio looks a little better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales on his cheeks.
You down with the threat and power of the elevator? Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Give me the rod. I love rods.
Dira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder, then she starts mumbling the crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Thank you. I did not understand a single word. Deer nods tiredly and glances at Felix out of the corner of her eye.
Your station has enough problems without your sorcery, psyker.
Thanks for the follow, Rolo. Felix waves Idira off and looks at you expectantly. I have some questions. Some things don't make sense here.
You think they're worth the life of my mistress?
Who's the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station?
You meddled with something that should have been left alone.
Keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly.
The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia, for the commoner's dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak.
What? That's fucked. That's 40k, I guess. Servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble.
Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress.
Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access, available only to the keeper of the station.
As I'm sure you are aware, there were two keepers of the station. You guessed it absolutely correct. Theobald Ocelio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Uric 5 and our noble line.
I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposely neglecting the security protocols.
I was lenient, this is true. In the end, I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home.
Keeper spits out the last few lines with particular bitterness. I saw the security captain's reports. Only the keepers have access to the station systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol.
Which means he did it before the report was filed! Or maybe after, or... You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who's going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left? By the God Emperor who will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself!
Yeah, I don't know if I really trust this guy. Enough lies, Felix. I'm certain you are the one behind this coup. Alec nods wearily.
I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations! You've got me! But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time, to welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster, the accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Ocelio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen.
Felix, you're obviously quite mistaken. I came here to get myself a navigator, nothing more.
You do not? In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behavior. I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valancia's heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. Cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orcelio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. She is a monster whose power drives servants insane in mere turns, a cursed child who could kill a navigator from the Orcelio line with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth.
So, you admitted to killing a ton of people. Oh, navigators are abominable mutants and monsters, so what? I mean, I don't feel like it's the good side. Let's see.
Pity. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but now you are merely delaying the sorrowful end of your story. Prepare to die.
Oh.
Your execution is assured.
Well,
For the Emperor!
let's see, who have we got? 2, 3, and 4 on this side. And I am going, and then like 5 enemies are going. Fantastic. I love that. That's great. Shit. Okay. I think I want to be on this side because there's worse sight lines for them. Argenta. Gonna need you to not be in melee. Abelard. If they're dealing with those, Abelard should be over here and he can deal with this side of things, hopefully. Okay. Can we hit everyone? Yeah,
I
looks
know
like
what
it.
to do.
Excellent.
Let's set this in motion. Didn't see that one coming, did you? They won't expect this.
My faith strengthens me.
Not injured. I'm enraged.
Stay vigilant.
Okay, alright.
My faith shields me. Follow my lead.
Okay, well, Argenta's real fucked up now.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
That's not good. And neither of these guys have gone yet. Okay.
Was that you? Or... Will do. Anything else? Not this scryer's job.
Probably.
Rejoice in battle. Eradicated.
Good, good.
I'll do it.
Follow my lead. Moving out.
We can still achieve victory this day.
Not good. That looks so stupid. Let's see. Go here. Then can I charge? I can, but it doesn't let me. Damn it. Well, I suppose I'll
I've
just
seen
go.
worse battles than this in my time. I will do my duty.
Easy. Done and done.
Yeah, this Dance of Death ability just seems super fucking overpowered.
I know what to
It's
do.
good. It's helping me right now, but goddamn.
Let's set a costly mistake.
Yeah, this class is a ton of fun. Like, holy crap, this is amazing.
I know what to do.
So much movement on a melee class.
Follow my lead. To the heretics!
Onward.
Reduced to dust.
I know what is to come. I'm not so sure. But of course.
Weather the storm.
I've suffered worse.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Why did I not foresee this?
My
This is a
place is
goofy
at the
way to
fore.
do it, but
At your beck and call.
I mean, hey, it works. Alrighty. So we got this guy over here.
They won't expect this. That's how it's done. As said, so done.
Oh, and you just keep the stacks. That's crazy.
I know what to do.
Just a minor setback.
That good job there, buddy. That seemed smart.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
High momentum.
Parried it. That's not allowed.
Victory is imminent.
Oh, it's only by navigators. Okay. Alright, let's see this monster, I guess. Okay, this doesn't look like it's actually that great. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warp nightmares reemerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Nadira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow! 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 As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her! Heresy! Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Lady Cassia, I am here to help you. Please calm yourself. Please stop giving everyone a stroke. She warily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out, which sounds similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And who are you? Balk von Valancius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It would be a much greater pleasure if you could stop fucking with everyone's head right now. And he settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Balk. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying. dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them.
The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve.
Despite his venerable age, Navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side.
You.
The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk.
My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head.
Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged, it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. At present, I am trying to determine what is happening on Uric 5.
I'll grant you do not look like pirates who've come coveting the riches of a wrecked station or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you?
Balk von Valancius, rogue trader.
Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits only one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orselio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You could make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide.
What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes.
Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left.
A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated blood brusquely away from his sleeve. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain.
Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Orselio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort.
I know we came for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders.
You're talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently.
My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of.
You need help. There's a Medicae on my ship. Theobald only shakes his head.
No, I am the keeper of Uric 5, and I will perish along with my station. I will go down with the ship. I will hang my head and surrender. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. Gonna just try and slam some emo poetry before it all goes dark, you know?
I want to know what happened between you and Felik.
Felik is my wayward student. He came to Uruk 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to pervert the centuries-long tradition of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duty to the legacy of the greatest of our navigators, Tisiphone or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before his sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne.
Felik accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words?
Defending myself before strangers. I never thought I would fall so low.
The old man looks at the unmoving Cassia and shakes his head in resignation.
If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice, or proof of my innocence, other than these several blood-soaked daggers in my cloak. I can give you my word as a member of the Navis Nobilite. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guarded this station against calamity and incursions from without to the best of my ability. I forced the wardens to strictly observe security protocols. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup.
How could you lose control of your own station?
Do not trust my errors. Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or bitches.
I believe I've made my decision.
Is that so? Please share your thoughts.
Cassia shall come with me.
Good. That is good.
The old man nervously licks his lips.
But do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Oh, is this actually voice acted now?
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Us is a lot. No.
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
No, not you too. Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze. You're coming with me. Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Uruk 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio. I will remain on the station
and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Yeah, and I want a big slice of cake, but we can't always get what we want.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Balk von Valancius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Okay, and we leveled up. I can't remember, is it Fellowship or Willpower you want to upgrade on Cassia? Well, I don't have to, let's see. I think I just want her. Okay, I think I just want Mastery of Time, then. And then we ignore all these and just get another one of these. Willpower. Perilous Ways, I think? Sure. More ballistic skill. it's rapid fire that I want. I really don't give a shit what I give to Adira, because realistically, she's probably not going to be a part of my team in the late game. Let's take one of these. Sure, Tide of Excellence, and I think it's Sworn Enemy. I think I want. Now I'll get Sworn Enemy. I'll get more athletics. So I could take Shield of the Emperor. Which is pretty decent. I don't think I really need to worry about going into any pyromancy stuff just yet, because the only reason I'm gonna do this is for the yeah, that's fine. So I can have Executioner, because the burn damage, like, upgrades just seem nuts. 2 times. Oh, it is strength. Okay, so I will have to actually upgrade my strength too. Eventually. We can worry about that later. Do I want Shield of the Emperor? Increase their deflection and armor. Like, it is a good ability, but I could also get one of these, like, new things that I haven't gotten yet for Blade Dancer. Turn. Wounds. Actually, this is probably just the thing I want, because it's like, the whole point of this build is to just do, like, maximum dot damage. I think I'll do that. Do I want, like, Medicae? Because all damage over time effects, including one inflicted, wasn't positive. think so. Yes, I'll do that. So, captive audience and more Medicaid. I don't know why they bother to. Sorry, I'm just reporting this bot real quick in chat. There we go. Okay. Nothing else, right? Is everything? Sure, that looks like it.
Let's see this through.
Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Novice has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously. Your breath comes short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes, slightly turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? Before I begin the ritual, I wish to look once again into the eyes of the man whose fame is so great it managed to penetrate the impregnable walls of Uric 5 long before we ever met. It truly is you, well, the person the whole expanse and Calixis server are talking about, and now a rogue trader as well. After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Fantastic. Foxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the, is it Navis? Like navigation, I guess? Navis? Yeah. Picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. The low sob of the servant. The rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas. The faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog, the path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter, forsaken by her father, yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here, the light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Foxmaster C2 you receive 5 lashes for the show of clumsiness. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Cassia, are you alright in there? Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaim their fate. It appears the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them.
Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be a whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. Only draws me forward. The way is blocked.
You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric, and metallic clicking.
By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me.
Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station, Uruk 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Show me the money! As you command, Lord Captain.
With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engine seer prime, but the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrichs van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Uruk 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans.
Why is it always business with you, Vigdis? Couldn't you sometimes just visit and tell me how wonderful everything is?
Certainly, Lord Captain. If you are interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower deck. A senior technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for a lubricant used in kitchen servitor implant maintenance. The quartermaster was his name, was his name Diddy? By chance? The quartermaster of store compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremonial decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloths, carpet, and lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10, even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. Thank you, Vigdis. That will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. I think I'll go check this out. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Been on the ship for 5 minutes and has already been causing problems.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Oh, we have actual, dialogue here. Alright. Pointing the book in Cassia's hand. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand, her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Urik 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Urik 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards?
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, then awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising, then, that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I understand what you're going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
Perhaps my people did not wish to disturb you.
Or because my presence offends them. Then I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
The hell? Okay, so I don't think I unlock like actual people I can trade with until like later. Oh, that's right. Argento wanted to talk to me about something. Wait, wrong way. It's over here, right?
Rogue trader.
You said you had a personal request from me?
Rogue trader.
The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans? I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off of you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable fucking indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, and the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius.
You notice Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not at all, your lordship. I'm just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. We take the older ones and we take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Many in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is a great enough honor for them. Oh my god. I, the rogue trader and lord captain of this ship, speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause, and brought honor to the von Valancius banners, and those of the Imperium. I am proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed with your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you, noble lot, and you just give us speeches." Magenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. If you have things to say, say them without fear. I will listen. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. It won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through, but they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Oh my god. Argenta rubs her temple. Pensively, she smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay.
If I... Let's quick save real fast, because I just want to make sure that if I, like, respec my character, does that allow me to respec his stats, or these are just locked in forever? Yeah, okay. They're just... stats are locked in. I want it. Oh, because I'm on Grim Darkness mode. Right. That's right. Can I take previously? It was just this. Yeah, I think so. And here I took Psyker Minoris. And this one, more agility, captive audience, and more Medicaid. Let's go to the station that had like the whole Scream shit going on. Permission to report, Lord Captain. Members of a sacred cult operating aboard this ship have requested an audience. They wish to present gifts and introduce themselves to their new captain. What sacred cult? They call themselves the Bloodspun Web. The cult defends the flagship from both internal and external threats. Lady Theodora held them in high regard and looked favorably upon their activities. I am ready to receive them. I will commence preparations at once, Lord Captain. I assume this is the DLC? Certainly looks like it. What? Tell me those were like people on death row. Those on the deck watch in awe as the final figure moves gracefully into a ceremonial pose. Some of the officers whisper in excitement, while others murmur prayers to the God Emperor.
The Undying Emperor commanded us to spin a web of blood around his children, and we obeyed. We obey still.
The masked cultists repeat the words in a mournful whisper. We obey still.
Domin von Valentius, death has whispered your name. We disown Domin Theodora. We renounce our oath to her.
She pulls out a sinister curved blade, and similar weapons suddenly appear in the hands of her motionless companions.
And now we give the gift of our blood to you. It is the gift of death. Death has whispered your name. The followers of the tenets of the web swear fealty to their new overlord and offer proof of their devotion.
Oh boy.
We give you a blade, the silent verdict. The Undying One has chosen you to wield this instrument of death. We give you one of our own, Kibella. She will be your shield and shadow. And we give you the blood of these traitors. The tenets of the web will purify their souls.
You've heard many stories about death cults such as this one. These devoted, holy assassins of the Imperium have turned death into a form of worship of the Emperor. They are exemplary slayers, invisible executioners, and the scourge of traitors, heretics, and fallen souls. Many righteous people honor them as votaries of the faith, while others see their fearsome rituals as frenzied spectacles touched by madness. The cultists are all voidborn. Their lithe, sinewy bodies are clad in light armor, which allows them to move with an acrobat's nimble grace and strike with an assassin's swift surety. Their red and black vestments are adorned with sharp spikes and ritual jewelry. Where time and training have worn their garments threadbare, you can make out patterns of bleeding lacerations. Okay then. Prisoners cower beneath the weight of your gaze. Blood drips down the tear-stained faces of the captured officers, technomats, and workers. A word has been carved into each of their foreheads with meticulous precision. Traitor, heretic, apostate, renegade. The cuts have been diligently and regularly reopened to prevent healing. Oh
These
no.
renegades committed treachery against their domin. Their lips once praised the name of Kunrad Voigtveer, but it is your name they will whisper as they cross over to the other side.
Interesting. So a death cult watches over my crew. They who honor the Emperor through killing, who devote their every deed to serving him. Sacred executioners.
Domin has discerned our essence. This is a great honor for the blood-spun web. We have woven the bays of this ship together with the threads of our faith for many years. We keep the greatest relic, his tarot, through which he sends us his blessed revelations. We obey the whispers of the Undying One. This is our service to him. This is our service to you.
A ringing sound fills your ears, deafening the noise of the world around you. Time goes still. A voice whispers seductively in the back of your mind. How interesting. Devout assassins who believe themselves to be instruments of a higher power. They revel in violence and cannot tell the difference between bloodthirst and piety. They follow their faith blindly, unaware of how closely they tread to corruption and depravity. Look at them. They stand on the edge of a precipice. The smallest push will send them plummeting into the abyss. You could be their downfall. All you have to do is Hush. What exactly does a cult like the Bloodspun Web do?
The tenets of the web teach us to read the threads of the future and understand the hearts of others. When a soul is filled with the poison of corruption, we know its time has come. We bring liberation. 3 strikes, 3 rebukes, 1 blade. This is how we serve the Undying One. This is how we serve you and your flagship. But there are others, the virtuous martyrs who contravene his design without realizing it. Those who have come too close to faltering or committing an apostasy, but have not erred yet. We present such souls to the Undying One.
You kill innocent people?
We do not desire their death. We do not seek them out in the darkness. They come to us, and we usher them from this life if his sacred tarot reveals that the Emperor wishes to accept these martyrs.
Okay. You mentioned the tenets of the web. What are they?
Our laws and teachings, our philosophy and way of life, our art of combat and spiritual dogma. The tenets are the blood-spun web itself. Humanity owes its existence to the Undying Emperor's sacrifice. It is he who protects us from a darkness of terrors. Hence, each of us has a duty to serve him, and a duty to die for him. To act otherwise is to waste the life that has been given to us by the Undying One, to become a thief. We help others understand this. We help them to live and die righteously.
I see. Instead of helping those who may soon stumble, you offer them death?
We follow his design. We claim those marked by his omens. We submit to his will. How could it be otherwise?
I disapprove of your practices, but I'm not going to ban them for now.
We lament having incurred your anger, Domin. We hope that you may yet understand there is no fault in our service before him or before the crew of this vessel.
I don't know about that. Sounds a whole lot like Minority Report, killing people before they've actually done anything. Tell me about yourself, Kibella. Are you the leader of the Bloodsworn Web, or its herald, or its servant?
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. The honor of this title is bestowed only upon those who have ushered more souls than... It is shameful to speak of one's own deeds. I'm here to become your shadow, not to make boasts.
Why have you brought this rabble to the upper decks?
So you may offer the souls of these traitors as a gift to him. You have the authority to order their execution. Their blood will bind us together through him. For the God Emperor, the Undying One is death itself. The Undying One is duty itself. Give the order, Domin. Let a spinner of the blood-spun web undergo the test of a sacred trial.
Okay.
A dagger that has not sliced through sinew is nothing more than a toy. Let the final dance begin.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Cry, flee, pray.
Oh, I play
You
as
cannot
her.
alter
Oh.
your fate.
Your Emperor won't save you!
Death is a blessing. I shall not fail. Come, the other side awaits. The shadow's death is a blessing. Welcome his embrace.
Surrender to the dark powers!
As honor ordains. Come, the other side awaits. As a tenant, death is a blessing. Trust me. The shadow, let your soul be purged. Trust me.
I serve the ruinous powers!
There is only death, yours or mine. Come, the other side awaits.
A cut to the heart, a cut to the throat, a cut to the stomach. These wounds have been inflicted upon according to his pleasure. The blood of the apostates will wash away the stain of their treachery, so that their souls may prostrate themselves before the Undying One's throne and beg his forgiveness. Hibala wipes the blood from her blade in one swift movement. I have acted with reverence and shown proof of my loyalty. Will you accept me, Damen Balk? Will you make me your shield and shadow? Your lordship, the spinners of the blood-spun web were watching, tracking, and killing von Valancius' enemies long before the warrant of trade passed to Lady Theodora. However, their blade has also been known to cut short the lives of highly upstanding persons. But I certainly do not in any way condemn the deeds of the deeply esteemed cult. I am sure they must have had good reason. Costa Sourback, the master at arms, clears her throat. The cultists are the scourge of the seditious. They bring the unrighteous to ruin. The enforcers respect the blood-spun web, for we share common goal, to bring his light and his harsh justice to the darkest depths of his ship. Scourge of the seditious are not folk are afraid of them for a couple reasons. A couple of watches ago, these spinners took a train driver to pieces for some kind of ritual. I don't know what old Malak did in that privilege, though. And who's going to feed his family now? takes a drag on his iho stick. What the fuck? Exhaling the thick smoke through his clenched teeth. Oh, that's a lower decker problem. What matters is that the blood spot and where serves you faithfully, Lord Captain. Confessor Adelbert. Oh, is this the old ass dude? I think so. No, it's someone else. My predecessors once delivered a sermon about how the spinners saved this vessel from the servants of the archenemy. The blood-spun web paid the price in blood. A river of scarlet that flooded the decks from bridge to bilge. They became the blood of the flagship, the pulse in its veins, and the beat of its heart. Their great sacrifice earned them the favor of House von Valancius. You will be my shadow, Kybella. Kybella's movements are slow, almost rhythmic as she removes her ceremonial mask. The dark shadows of her eyes accentuate the deathly pallor of her skin, which is covered in ritual scars. Henceforth, I am your shadow, Nomen Balk, von Valancius, an instrument of death placed in your hand by the Undying One. For so it was ordained, and so his terror forspoke. The young woman bows her head once more. I also come bearing an invitation from the Vizier of the blood-spun web. He wishes you to know that the door to the Undying One's temples are open to you.
Are you suggesting the Lord Captain should go down into the depths of his flagship to search for this temple? With all due respect, the lower decks are for servants and crew. They are not a fitting place for his lordship.
Forspoke? What do you mean? What tarot? The greatest, most sacred relic of the blood-spun web, the Emperor's tarot. Only his chosen servants may earn the permission to rain blood upon the cards and perform a reading to see portents of the future, shadows of the past, or tangles of the present. However, the secrets of his tarot are not for the ears of lay people to hear. I cannot tell you more. Not here. Not now. Who is the Vizier? Oh, whoops, didn't mean to hit the same thing again. He is the first among us. The Vizier has spun the web of faith for 5-fold longer than I have lived. Blood of the flagship's blood, my mentor and teacher. Why is the Vizier not here to deliver the message himself? The first spinner is old. His abode is in the temple beneath the flagship's freight line, and he has not left the lower deck in decades. Even a short journey could sunder the spirit from his ancient body. Where is your temple located? I am not permitted to say. If you wish to find the temple, you must walk the path of Saint Ariane, the matriarch spider. Hers was the thread that would become the blood-spun web. Her path began deep within the flagship in the dark tunnels of the freight line, and that is where yours must begin as well. This journey will bring closer to the thread of the web, closer to the Undying One, closer to understanding death. I do not see the point of these riddles. Your temple is part of my flagship. What is to stop me from simply walking inside? You must become the blood of the flagship before you can enter the sacred temple of the Undying One. I cannot guide your way, but I can walk by your side. I will walk in the footsteps of the matriarch spider. Your journey will begin in the darkness of the deepest tunnels. The vizier awaits you. The cultists retreat into the shadows as Cabela sheathes her ceremonial dagger. Your blade awaits direction, Domin Balk. We will speak again when the time is right. Alright then. Okay.
Domin.
Cabela puts away the dagger she has been using to reopen her freshly closed wounds. Why? I would like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults. The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands, we come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
Uh-huh.
The blood...
Oh,
Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and
I've heard of them.
spinners carve the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence. It is the Visier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Visier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Visier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Visier's burden. This is the legacy of the matriarch spider.
Who was the matriarch spider?
It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Visier of the blood-spun web.
Why do you call yourselves spinners?
Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Visier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Iron, and there are 4 more.
You say the God Emperor's death. There are some who might find the comparison blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it.
Can you teach me to follow the tenets of the blood-spun web?
The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the blood-spun web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. only then will you understand.
You have satisfied my curiosity. For now. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the blood-spun web. A spear in the hand of the undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
How succinct. Do you dislike talking about yourself? A look of curiosity flashes across Cabela's face before it is masked by her usual stoic indifference.
The tenets compel us to let our deeds speak on our behalf. There is no one in the cult who does not know me. So I have grown accustomed to taciturnity in matters regarding myself. Ask, and I will try to give you an answer that will satisfy your thirst for knowledge. I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the blood-spun web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
What was it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying.
Oh.
This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him. When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
It must have been difficult to go through all that as a child.
It is impossible to understand the value of your body and spirit if you've never experienced physical or emotional pain. Pain is temporary, but experience endures. Experience can be sharpened like a blade and turned into mastery. I have never regretted walking the thread I was destined to follow.
Your parents, your family, you never mentioned them.
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The blood-spun web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
Do you not wish to know what became of your family?
No.
Fair enough. The answer escapes Kybella's lips before she can give it any thought. Upon realizing this, she produces a small blade, seemingly out of nowhere, and begins to sharpen it with pointed nonchalance. You may not remember your real family, but are you truly so unconcerned by the deaths of your fellow cultists?
It brings me comfort when my brothers and sisters cross to the other side. The Undying One has called them to his side, so they can serve him in ways we cannot.
I presume you have no other friends either.
Attachment makes us weak. The weak meet their demise prematurely. But such death does not please the Undying One, for a soul must not be claimed before their time has come. It is true that spinners occasionally cross paths with those outside the cult, but such paths always diverge in the end. We may walk the same road together, but we are nothing more than temporary traveling companions. It is similar for those of your retinue. Our threads may intertwine for a time, but all will go their separate ways, as is inevitable.
I mean, I guess.
But not you and I, Domin. Our threads cannot be unwoven, and only the Undying One will end my service to you.
I understand you better now.
Know your enemy and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
Kybella removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. Oh boy. Yikes. What are those?
Tools for tempering the flesh. If a spinner neglects this practice for too long, their body will weaken and their sensitivity to pain might return. If it does, they will feel the overwhelming agony of every wound they have ever endured and go mad with torment before the Undying Emperor whispers their name.
I will not torture you.
You honor me by taking me at my word.
Your fighting style is unique. Do you think it is something I can learn?
None dispute your skill in close combat. Your body is well hardened, and perhaps you could even learn some of our techniques. Our art, however, is more than just patterns of movement. It is one's ability to give oneself completely to the dance of death. To fight as we do, you would have to empty your being, to start anew, to reject both the title of Domin and all the memories of your own past.
Thank you for sharing with me.
It is not difficult to speak the truth.
You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Death whispers to me, you are worthy of bearing his marks. Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
I presume this will not be a painless procedure.
I have not felt pain in a long time. But yes, your body will certainly suffer. Embrace the pain and make it a part of you. It will be your salvation, even on your darkest days.
Definitely not going heretical. It would be an honor to bear the mark of the Undying One, I guess.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
Did you ever meet Theodora von Valancius?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
You always address me as Damen. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and Shadowless Sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amic means one you can trust in battle.
If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
If the Undying One chooses to take your soul, he will take mine along with it. You will not fall by my hand, for that is not my duty.
Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
How did you come to have a deck of his tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
You occasionally feel a shiver run down your spine, or detect faint sparks in the air when you are standing next to Kybella. It seems her powers only manifest when she is practicing divination, or in moments of pious exultation. Kybella herself does not seem to be aware of her gift. Can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
Kybella carefully takes out her Imperial Tarot deck. A black blade flashes before your eyes, and blood drips from her palm onto the cards. She closes her eyes and listens. What does the future hold for me? Kybella draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I have no further questions at this time. I'll just speak about something else. I guess that's everything.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
Who the hell is this? This has got to be something new. Tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness, joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore. Before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Balk von Valentius drifts into silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness? Thoughts of those who keep him afloat in these waters. Who will drown and who will he manage to pull to the surface? The strands of fate are fragile, yet woven together. They are strong. Not everyone is destined to see this voyage through to its end, but no one will be forgotten. The moment of serenity soon fades. The body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. I don't know how the rest of this stuff works for the ablutions. You feel revitalized. This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader. Alright, then. A sturdily built man with an augmented jaw stands at attention. Dark circles under his eyes speak to many sleepless nights, but his voice is loud and spirited. Welcome to Freight Hub LD-987, A14, Lord Captain. I am Eduk Frenso, Captain of the Enforcers in the lower deck. Yeah, lower deck, Bay LD-A14. The Master-at-Arms has assigned me to be your liaison for the duration of your stay here. Lord Captain, would you like to inspect the control room, or to begin your search for the Temple of the Blood-Spun Web? He says the last part with obvious concerns. It seems you were prepared for my visit. How did you and Sourback know I was coming now? The Master-at-Arms ordered us to be on standby after the Bloodspun Web openly invited you to visit their temple. We've been awaiting your arrival every day since then, Lord Captain. Do you know how to reach the Temple of the Bloodspun Web? I'm sorry, Lord Captain, I do not. No one knows. The cultists are too adept at hiding and keeping their secrets, and it worries me that you might have to walk around the entire compartment looking for the temple. Why are you worried? Is there a problem with this compartment? The lower decks are not suitable for someone of your status, and it's not just the grime and the crowds of brutish laborers. I suspect that the entrance to the Temple of Death is hidden in some dark corner where you might encounter criminals, or contagious outcasts, with the kind of riffraff that dwell there. You might even be attacked. He frowns. To put it bluntly, although the Bay performs its functions well, even its more civilized sections are sorely lacking in discipline. I was only assigned recently, so I haven't had time to straighten everything up. Since doing so will require making some serious changes, I'm not inventing excuses, Lord Captain. As the officer in charge, I accept full responsibility for what takes place in this compartment. I hereby offer you my assistance, Captain. I shall conduct an inspection and then share my thoughts on how to change this place for the better. But Frenzo stops himself mid-protest and assumes a more compliant tone. In that case, I urge you to remain vigilant. The freight trains move at great speed, and the inhabitants of the residential units are despicable rabble. One must never drop one's guard around them. And the Emperor preserve you from stumbling into the pestilence pit. That's where the madmen and lepers live. Tell me about this station. Hub LD 987A14 connects the lower decks, freight, residential, and artillery bays. Our task is to monitor the flow of the labor force and prevent supply disruption, I'm stupid, between bays. Who maintains this hub? Traffic controllers. They're technomats, trained by priests of the machine cult to keep the sacred cogitators in working order and prevent train collisions. The consequences of an accident like that would be easy to imagine, especially if one of the trains were carrying macro cannon ordnance. Yeah, that would be pretty bad. Also employed are an officer squad, a team of inferni, the clerics who keep cargo records, and a medici officer. The fine chap whose medicine is of choice is a bullet. May the God Emperor forgive him. Not every void ship can boast of its own railway. That is true. Usually high-class ships are the ones that get trains, but it's far from the greatest thing a rogue trader's warrant can see done. The credit goes to Lady Theodora's predecessor, on whose orders the Adeptus Mechanicus assisted in birthing this miracle of sacred engineering from the womb of the dynasty's flagship. What is the situation on the lower decks? Most of the locals unload trains and sort provisions. We give maintenance jobs to the more capable ones. The rest are reserve workforce. Whatever crew are lost on deck, we find replacements from among those rats. And if extra hands are needed anywhere else, there are always more than enough volunteers eager to work for rations. They even queue for jobs. The rabble cause you no problems, I hope? Surely you are joking, Lord Captain. The rabble are base in nature, and mutiny is always on their minds. They steal whatever they can get their hands on, and lately they've moved from rations and tinned food to weapons. We compensate them regularly, of course, and keep the serfs meek and terrified. That's the only way we can protect the mindless herd from themselves. Oh, another thing the bastards do on a regular basis is build their shacks in front of service tunnel entrances. That has delayed the arrival of Infernus brigades during several emergencies, and caused air and power supply problems in adjacent bays. We burn those saboteurs,
along with their shacks, but they just keep pressing on regardless.
Mutinous rabble? How paranoid of you.
To the best of my knowledge, being paranoid is practically a requirement in our line of work. In any case, the rabble are always plotting. Take my word for it.
I have learned enough.
Always at your service, Lord Captain.
The cult of the Bloodspun Web has a presence in this compartment, does it not?
That is correct. The enforcers do not bar them from carrying out their sacred duties.
He scowls.
As irregular as it is to have the armed crew members set up a secret hideout forbidden to the enforcers, and that they can go around dispensing bloody justice.
What do you know about the death cultists?
Not much. But I'm always trying to learn more, given that they like to pay visits to my compartment.
Franzo scratches his head, thinking.
The spinners honor the Emperor, though. Honor the Emperor through death. They kill notorious reprobates and heretics. Sometimes they kill righteous folk. And other times they even seemingly at random. The rituals are morbid and their prayers are strange. Anyone not initiated in their rites would struggle to make any sense of them.
Do you not take issue with death cultists killing people on your territory? Frenzo avoids looking at Kaibella.
I do, Lord Captain. But the cult is authorized to exist on the ship, which means their activities down here are not to be interfered with. Stupid fucking annoying pieces of shit.
I see. The captain grumbles slowly under his breath. Be steadfast in your duty, Captain Frenzo.
The Emperor protects, Lord Captain.
This is a pretty big map.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Is that blood? Is this the welcome you give the rogue trader? Abelard's nostrils flare in anger. Whoever had the audacity to leave behind this appalling symbol, I will see to it that the Master-at-Arms calls them to account herself. The corner of the captain's mouth twitches nervously as he mutters,
Damn those. How did they even...
You've seen this sort of symbol before. Death cultists carve bleeding marks like this into their own skin. Abella carves the same symbol on the back of her hand with a knife and whispers a prayer. Dom and Balk, remember this sign. It is the beginning of your quest, the first blood trail. Do you know what this mark is?
It resembles one of the symbols associated with the blood-spun web. What was it called again? The Song of Trailing Blood, I think. It's a prayer familiar to many in this compartment. We've heard spinners say it when they, well, perform their signature act of service to the Emperor. Renzo takes a deep breath. The soundless shallows sank into the dark, slashed feet crescendo of fatal dance, played song and tempo, each edge an echo, twin odes to death throes, now on her sacred blood, as she once trod the back of foes, tread countless souls and who know.
What is the Song of Trailing Blood?
The fucking thing I just sang, asshole. From what I can tell, it's something like a prayer with several verses that tell about the life of one of the cult saints, Ariana, or the matriarch spider as they call her.
So I'm invited to follow a trail of blood, it seems. I accept the spinner's invitation.
Hope you find what you're looking for, and return to the upper deck safely, Lord Captain.
Marching ahead.
Rough day at work, I guess.
Stay sharp.
Mercy, please save me.
The young man gasps for air through burnt lips, slipping in and out of delirium. His skin is dripping from his gaunt body like melted wax from a candle. His eyes, somehow intact, alive, clear, and filled with pain, stare at you from under his caked eyelids. Get some enforcers and metagate personnel in here now. This is a man in need of revival. Once he is recovered, assign him to be a scribe's apprentice. He is too badly injured to go back to a worker's life.
The God Emperor has sent you to save me. You are his light. You are his grace. Thank you. Thank you for not leaving me here.
Never forget the mercy the Lord Captain has granted you.
When the undying one is ready to accept a soul, it must be sent forth, and so it will be freed from the torment of the flesh. Yet you have chosen to prolong this one's suffering. Your intentions perplex me.
Who are you and what happened to you?
I Vale, a cleaner. I was in my house asleep and forcers came, set fire to it. I didn't make it out in time.
I wonder how long he's been sitting here like this. A watch? 3? The whispers say nobody cared because he didn't matter. But they also say he's somehow supposed to matter to us. Strange. Do you know anything about the mark next to you? He tries to turn his head, his blackened skin crunching as it opens into the scarlet cracks.
A spinner came. He painted the symbol. Then he gave me water and whispered a strange verse. He told me to memorize it and to recite it later, so that help would come. And here you are. Then I should.
He begins to whisper, his lips twisted in pain.
To suit smirched soul. Her mercy she did grant. Last breath expressed. Knife met, heart removed from chest, passed on to death. Her duty blessed, a balm for those who suffer anguish and distress, a longing brought to rest, of mortal bounds the soul divest.
Help is on the way, just hold on a little longer.
Of course, thank you.
Let's seize the moment. Onward to victory.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Ration cards?
Compared to
Wow.
naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Venture forth.
An expected result.
Flute player? A group of gawkers are crowding around a makeshift stage watching a strange duo perform. A man with odd-looking goggles pushed up on his forehead, hands wrapped in worn leather gloves, plays a tune on a handmade flute. Next to him sits a stack of crates supporting some kind of game board. A scruffy rat is rolling small glass balls around the board.
Several workers empty their pocket and start throwing ration cards, bolt nuts, and even a few power panels into the small chest next to the board. The flute player winks at the crowd and switches to a different tune. A rat squeaks excitedly and starts rolling the colorful balls the players have chosen around the maze of tunnels on the ground, but not a single one reaches the goal, a hole marked with a red circle. The rat just rolls all the balls off the board or into dead ends. Once the first group of players gets their hopes dashed and leave empty-handed, new workers immediately take their place. Watch the rat. The rat's behavior is erratic and mindless. When it rolls yet another ball right past the goal, the crowd groans loudly and starts laughing at the loser. Listen to the tune. Okay, how did I manage to fail an 85 and 90% back-to-back? The tune is so catchy that you completely forget about what is happening on the board. Toss a coin into the chest. Flute player's clear eyes widen in surprise, then with an open and friendly smile he says, "Many a grand story of the Lord Captain's generosity is told, and I swear on my own flute today I will add another. To a fortune peddler, the Lord Captain's grace is a gift from fate itself." He applauds you with gratitude, and the workers timidly join in. "Perhaps you would like to trade us some of that captain's fortune of yours, your lordship." You suggesting we play this game? Please, bless our little lark with your attention. Explain the rules of this game to me. It's simple. On this board, you play with fate. Choose a ball and give it to Bolts, my rat. If she rolls your ball into the pocket marked in red within 3 minutes, you win. If she doesn't, you lose. Simple. I'll give it a try. The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the board. You hear clawed feet scrambling against the crate, and a few moments later, a green ball pops out of the center. The rat almost manages to get the ball in the hole, but sharply changes direction right at the last minute. Then it happens again and again. At last, the ball hits a dead end, signifying your defeat. Another round, your lordship? The man bows his head with a slight smile. You know, I've heard wise visitors from higher up say that this little game offers more than just amusement. They say it's an opportunity to test different strategies, to learn more about others and yourself. I have an idea. Let us begin. The man readies his flute, and the rat dives under the boards. You hear clawed feet scrambling against the crate, and a few minutes later, a green ball pops out of the center. And again you fail. How about we play again? Ball stuck again. Cut a button from your sleeve and throw it to the man. I've had my fill of entertainment for one day. Thank you for this generous gift. These folks will shower me in ration cards to get their hands on something that belonged to your lordship. Fortune gave me the brightest of its smiles today. Simple man from the lower decks, honest with himself and others. He risks his life to protect the oppressed from those corrupted by power. He takes from the rich and gives to the needy. He helps with asking. Fairy tale indeed, risking oneself for nothing. If such a man existed, he would surely be profiting from your misfortunes in secret. People look at each other in shock upon hearing this unpalatable fact of life. Their joy evaporates, leaving only the bitterness of disappointment. Jesus! Smiles regretfully. I
think the song just died, but I won't despair. Life always suggests new melodies that people will like. I am sorry that I ruined your day. Well-deserved rest. What the hell is this? Oh, I guess it's because I did the pollution thingy or whatever.
Reality had different plans.
Just as I was taught.
Marching ahead.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Stay sharp. Now that's interesting.
The battered worker throws himself at your feet and touches the toe of your boot with his dirty palms.
Your gracious lordship, hand of the god emperor, save your unworthy servant.
Get lost! Oh, shit. The enforcer's heavy baton pummels the man's back and shoulders several times. His bones crack audibly. My sincerest apologies, Lord Captain. Your boot. I'll clean it right away. A murmur of discontent breaks out among the gawkers who've gathered around. None of the other workers dare come closer, but the anger on their faces is plain to see. Stop the enforcer. I intend to hear this man out.
Your lordship, I work hard and never even take breaks to rest, and all I earn is 7 ration cards with 15 miles to feed back home. The enforcers shake me down every shift, just like they do every other honest hard worker who...
Enough whining. You and your pals lifted a box of Nutra bars a few watches ago, and 2 canisters of water before that. I didn't beat the life out of you because I took pity on you, and this is the thanks I get?
You quarantined the hub for 20 watches and refused to give out rations if we didn't have cards. Cards we had no way to earn.
And today you earned 15 cards in a single shift because you do the work of 3 people, right? Or did you take your pals to a dark corner somewhere, do them in, and take their share?
I didn't do them in, it was an act.
The worker stops himself, cowers and whimpers.
They got their heads bashed in by crates. They don't need rations.
Am I to understand that enforcers are appropriating earnings from workers after their shifts? We appropriate nothing. We just monitor and redistribute. Enforcer mutters gloomily. The rabble are a lying and thieving lot. We have instructions to stay alert for people holding more than the standard amount of ration cards to prevent supply embezzlement and famine.
sullen red-bearded man with keen black eyes draws your attention. His oddly piercing gaze seems to size you up the whole time you were speaking, but now he has hastened to conceal himself behind the gawkers. The next thing you know, you are watching him hurry deeper into the tunnels.
May God Emperor protect you and all of House von Valentius, Lord Captain.
Interesting. Okay, just random beggars asking for scraps.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Wait, what? Wait, so I succeeded the test, but it still doesn't move. Okay, that's annoying.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Unexpected result.
Now that was easy.
Several people are eagerly rummaging through a rack filled with weapons from the Enforcer's arsenal. A big man with a pock-marked face is the first to react to your presence. He attracts the other's attentions with a piercing whistle and barks out, "Hey, who are you? You're not supposed to be anyone. It doesn't matter. Identify yourself." Take a closer look at the suspicious individuals. Makeshift armor peeks out from beneath their ragged clothes, and their battered weapons display a patchwork of crude repairs. The group stares longingly at the rack where good plasteel gleams, restlessly clutching their humble weapons. Notice that the little finger on every person's right hand has been cut off. It is hardly a coincidence. I am rogue trader Balk von Valentius, and you will explain what is going on here. People turn to stare at you in disbelief and exchange heated whispers. The excitement is interrupted by the reader's roar. "What are you gawping at? Hurry up and bend your backs, this is right and proper. Your lordship, you must excuse these blockheads. I was taken aback myself. It's not every day you see the rogue trader in the flesh." I am losing this accent to I don't know what the fuck it's turning into. "And as for this," the man
He casts a grim glance at the rack. I won't insult you by denying it. You've caught us red-handed. Who are you? The Hard Nine's a gang. I mean, a brotherhood from Transport Bay 9. Don't think we're parasites. We do our bit for the prosperity of the ship. We're sort of assistants to the enforcers, self-appointed. We make sure that order is maintained in compartments where the enforcers are too lazy or greedy for bribes. We put a stop to robbery and free thinking, and, well, we accept a small contribution. It's just as a show of thanks. Why do you want my weapons? Are you going to rebel? To do business. We're no rebels. If anything blasphemes against your lordship, we call the troublemakers to order. And we shed blood for the flagship without fear. I suppose that makes us defenders of the ship? The thug raises his eyebrows questioningly and looks at you expectantly. Why stop there? You might as well call yourself saints and say the fate of the whole dynasty rests on your shoulders. You all have your little fingers cut off. What does it mean? It's our gang's initiation rite, a fine tradition. By voluntarily removing a finger, the newcomer shows their determination and willingness to join us forever. It's also a badge of honor. He proudly shows off the stump of his little finger. You obviously did not expect anyone to be here. Are the enforcers providing cover for you? I wish Frenzo, the newly appointed captain, had our informant strung up. He's tightening the crews, damn it. We can barely breathe. Today's the last time we'll come to pick over this compartment. Tell me why I shouldn't execute you on the spot. You could execute us, but who would take our place? Shameless scum who rob and kill to their heart's content? Bastards who accept mutants in their gangs and pray to the arch-enemy? There have always been outlaws on this ship. You're better off with outlaws like us, who don't go too far and who keep the heretics down. I suppose you may be of some use. I shall permit you to take a few of the more basic weapons and leave. Serve the ship well. Seneschal grits his teeth, impotent in the face of your choice. One day I will realize the depth and wisdom of your decisions, Lord Captain. But in the meantime, I will pray that this act does not come back to haunt you. Hear that, boys? The Lord Commander himself is expecting good things from us. We can't let him down. His cronies make sounds of approval. We will fulfill your command to the letter. Okay, I leveled up.
has this feature. Yeah, if that's the case, then I probably just want weapon skill. And we'll just go with that for more parry chance.
Venture forth.
Damn it! The premonition runs true.
Ugh. That's supposed to be food?
Let's see this through. Keep your senses keen. Keep your guard up. Marching ahead.
Shreds of rat carcasses and yellow-green moss stew in the cloudy sludge, along with other unidentifiable ingredients. Oh. You know that, like, the Imperium is, like, just total dog shit in terms of, like, how it exists, but still, like, the fact it's this bad is, like, oh my god. Oh, what the hell is happening? What happens if I push one of these levers? Oh, I see. Uh-huh. Ah, shit. Oh. Claw goes down. Oh, and then I can secure it. Ah, okay. Power pick?
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Dead man. Sinewy middle-aged man watches the bustle of the bay with a detached expression. Every so often, whenever his eyes linger on the blood-marked inscription nearby, his face changes strangely and his hands clench into his fists. Just as you begin to hear the rumble of an approaching train, the man's gaze turns towards the track. He leans forward. What do you think you're doing?
What? I didn't.
The man starts and almost falls, but manages to keep his balance. In the dim lumen light, you notice old scars scattered all across his body. The scars seem vaguely familiar. Scars all vary in length, width, depth, and shape. However, you notice a pattern in the way that the scars are aligned, as well as a series of faded symbols in the man's rough skin. Death cultists bear similar marks on their bodies. But spinners are constantly renewing their wounds, while this man's look like they've long since healed. You look like you are about to take your own life. Are you having a rotten day?
Yeah, my whole life has been rotten. I only have myself to blame. I've tried to change things, fix things, but I always end up here. So eventually I accepted the truth.
Your eyes always return to that blood symbol. What do you know about it?
It's a symbol of the blood-spun web. Come here every day I come here every watch, but it hasn't been here before now. I guess today must be a special day.
Man's faded eyes go wide as he notices Kybella. His voice quivers.
Have you come to take me to the other side?
Kybella briefly studies the man's face, then turns away. I do not know you. Death's gaze is not upon you. Man lets out a dull groan and turns to look at the symbol again.
But then, why is it here?
Who are you?
A dead man. Asked my name years ago. I've been just another dead man ever since.
You dare insult the rogue trader with your impudence? Your body may already be covered in scars, but your tongue seems to be asking for more.
You know the symbols of the blood-spun web? You bear similar scars. Are you a spinner?
I was, but I failed to complete my final assignment, so I was exiled from the cult. The Vizier told me to kill the one who would be at a certain junction on the utility tunnels at a certain hour. Went to the appointed spot, and I waited an hour, 2, 5. The junction was still empty. Nobody came. After hours of waiting, I finally realized the person at the junction had been me the whole time. It was my turn to go to the Undying One, but I was afraid. I couldn't do my duty. I ran.
So the spinners simply let you go? They made no attempt to find you and kill you?
There was no pursuit. I thought I'd see their black blades the very next day. Instead, years passed without them taking my heart. I tried starting a new life, but the terror never stopped, eating away at me. When I got truly desperate, I went to the Temple of Death myself, but no one there would speak to me. When I gave them my name, they just whispered, "Sabreed has gone to the Undying One." They looked through me like I wasn't even there. I've lived like this for 20 years, like a coward, like a dead man.
You were ordered to die for what reason? The man looks at you.
But some would choose to leave the righteous path. These earned penance in due time. Her whip sings vengeance on renegade Manus. Her blades pay sentence for cowards seek to hide their hearts. But death makes no pretendence. It takes what it is due in essence. He stops and adds hoarsely, the third verse of the song of Trailing Blood. Vizier recited it to me before sending me on my final assignment. I didn't realize at the time it was my judgment. There were plenty of reasons. I sowed death. I offered him the souls of the most pleasing men and women I could find, because it kindled my passions.
I killed well-off crewmen who didn't deserve their wealth, and I took their thrones. I killed enforcers who looked into my eyes without fear, because I wanted to be feared. I reveled in bloodshed. I betrayed the tenants. I realized it, but I couldn't help it, because I enjoyed it. Oh, you poor thing, I think I'm gonna cry. You couldn't stop slicing people up. That must have been so hard for you. Even my worshippers have nothing to say to a pathetic tale like that. I bet they're thinking, what a lousy, self-absorbed sack of scum. Have you killed any more innocent souls since you ran? No. Well, been afraid to touch my own knife since that day. Thought it might just stab me on its own, but the temptation is always there. Do not sound particularly remorseful. I've spent years in remorse. I'm tired of it. I will not judge you, nor will I decide your fate. Farewell. No! What about the symbol? The portent? You were supposed to... The man's tired eyes filled with horror that quickly turn into hysteria. His knees buckle and he staggers heavily before falling onto the tracks with a pitiful cry. No! Help! Kybella stares at the remains of he who was once her brother in service. Truly, it is better to die for him than to live for yourself. This he forgot. No, he also was just terrible at balancing. What a dumbass.
Let's see this through.
Hello, Captain. What an unexpected encounter. What brings you to this compartment? Famous cuisine and magnificent vistas, no doubt. I seek the blood-spun Webb's temple. Do you know where they are hiding? I have the foggiest idea, and that's probably for the best. I have my hands full as it is. Now, what are you doing here? I'm here to patch up Savage, locomotive number 3. His squabbler is my personal favorite on the entire freight line. Every couple of years, Savage gets mad. His boiler catches fire and starts spitting steam at the repairman. Guess who they call to take care of him in these situations? The Inferni, of course. But that's alright. I love Savage. When he's in a good mood, the feeling of standing at his levers, speeding down the freight line is indescribable. The roar of the boiler, the wheels thumping like mad, and all that furious power pulsing in your hands, responding to the slightest movement. How about... There's a mischievous spark in Heinrich's eye. I'll introduce you. Is it safe? Oh, I refuse to believe Savage would dare scold the Lord Captain. Definitely should not. Cannot turn down an offer like that. The panel before you is covered with technical runes, lumens, and levers. The platform shakes with the boiler's mighty vibration as the iron beast beneath your feet, growls and snorts ferociously. Heinrich squints contentedly and whispers the litany of ignition before turning to you.
Black-hearted fiend is angry and refuses to obey. Right now, Savage is powered only by the auxiliary maneuvering engine. We will need to start the main rotor if we want to take a trip down the freight line. Listen to the rumbling noise coming from the boiler. Stubborn machine does indeed seem remarkably similar to a wild beast. The roar of the mechanism resembles hoarse growling, and the scarlet glow of the lumens on the control panel makes you think of the malicious glare of a predator. The spirit of this machine is vicious, but strong and lively. What should I do? Put your hand on the big lever and gently give it a pull. Very gently. Heinrich's face is focused, but his voice has not lost any of its playful cheer. Savage does not like to be hassled. Grasp the lever and gently pull it towards you. A few erratic jolts shake the platform, and an indignant groan emanates from the depths of the machine. An intense shudder passes through the lever and into the palm of your hand, and there is a strange feeling of emptiness in your stomach. Savage's fiery heart is stirring. You feel it. There's so much energy and defiance in him. This is a rocket, not a locomotive, unruly and enamored with speed, but quite willing to submit to his strong hand. There's almost a loving tenderness in Heinrich's voice. Pull the lever toward you, smooth but firmly, then pump the fuel with this command rune. Pull the lever and fuel the pump. A new explosion inside Savage shakes his iron body, causing your eyes to see double from the vibration. Now you're feeling his real power. You can run down the entire freight line in a minute, given the chance. And kill everyone who rides him at that speed. Now try applying some thrust to the main rotors. Grab those paired levers and give them a firm tug. A torrent of steam bursts from the slit in front of your face, but Heinrich deftly covers you with his shoulder. A moment later, you realize that you cannot hear a thing, or rather, you can only hear one thing, a dragon's roar, triumphant and powerful. Savage is woken, and appears to have agreed not to kill us both. All hail the Lord Captain. You have subdued a mighty beast today, and I'm sure you have urgent business to attend to, and it's time for me to drive Savage down the line and see if he is feeling cranky. That was intriguing, Heinrich. I am pleased. Heinrich lowers his eyes and grins. Could I have wished for anything more, your lordship? Have a good trip. Everything is going to be alright. Savage will never fry me. Right, Savage? Local man dies to Savage. Things pointed over here.
There's a downward slope here. I did not see that before.
Venture
Would you look
forth.
at that?
My actions speak louder than words.
Dear Lord Captain, wandered into our slum will be remembered in legends.
I'm too, like, trapped in a, like, Aussie accent. Broad-shouldered man raises a hand in greeting. His old prosthetic creaks plaintively as it takes the weight of his body. The locals and enforcers call me the foreman. I have no other name. You might say I'm in charge here in this hole of a place. You recognize the shaggy red beard and the keen black eyes. This is the man who was watching you during your encounter with the enforcer and station worker. Give the foreman a pile of ration cards. Hand these out to your people. Out to the people. You'll know who needs them most. He opens and closes his mouth in astonishment. Lord Captain, you've just helped some good families survive. I'll divide the cards among them, and be sure to tell them that it was your lordship who did them this good turn. I saw you near the marketplace. What were you doing there? Watching one of my workers take a beating. I feel sorry for the lad, but there is nothing I could do. The foreman smiles wryly, showing his yellowed teeth. Almost all of the front ones have been knocked out. I've stuck my neck out in the past, not doing it again. Tell me, what life... Tell me what life is like for the workers on the lower decks. They toil day in and day out for the glory of the ship. The rest of the time, they do their best to survive. Faced with hunger, the more deranged of the enforcers, void leprosy, fires, floods, noxious fumes. Foreman lists these on his fingers, although he has fewer than nature's average to work with. In a word, it's a decent enough life. If you work, you survive. If you freeload, you also survive, if you're clever. Well, and if the God Emperor wills it. What are you cooking in the vat? Believe it or not, this soup made from mold slime and technical drain water has been simmering here in this vat for at least 200 years, non-stop. See the growth on the walls over there? We harvest it, dry it, and use it to season the soup. If we're lucky, the smell attracts a void rat, and someone gets to have meat in their bowl. Foreman points a finger proudly toward the vat. It's for those who can't even earn a ration card. I feed them in exchange for services or favors. Sometimes it pays off, and sometimes it doesn't. My people keep an eye out for workers trying to eat 2 bowls in one sitting. One is enough to fill your stomach for an entire watch. Some complain about the taste, of course. Ingrates. I don't know if I want to do that. I seek the blood-spun web's temple. Do you know where it is? The cultists don't let people like me in on their rites and mysteries. I'm grateful to them for their service to the God Emperor, but to be honest, I can't get behind their love of death. I'm much too fond of living. Fuck it. Give me some of that soup. Let my servants see that any food is a great blessing. I don't think that's a great idea. Mold slime is something of an acquired taste. Takes 2 years, maybe 3 years for your stomach to get used to it. Lord Captain, you must be joking, surely. As if he's serious as a void kraken. Pour me a bowl, I know what I'm doing. This is my third time in queue. This is gonna be so gross. Thank you for the gross slime. As you wish. Foreman hands you a bowl of hot, viscous sludge. The smell could be worse. Probably. I'm going to be sick. With the first spoonful comes the immediate urge to regurgitate the disgusting sludge. The heave is followed by dizziness, yet you stoically persist and force a slimy chunk of something indeterminate down your throat. The crowd is gawking at you wide-eyed. Trust the crowd. Glory to the Emperor who nourishes us. The words echo in absolute silence, which last only a moment before the starving poor erupt in prayers to you and to him, tears glistening in their eyes. The Lord Captain himself has tried our food and found it worthy. Remember to be grateful for any nourishment, as it is a blessing. The foreman bellows and roars while discreetly interposing himself between you and the crowd of ecstatic commoners, who look like they might otherwise swarm and accidentally trample their overlord in a frenzy of adoration. Lord Captain, I beg another second of your attention. Please accept this humble gift from us, the common people of the Bay, for all the good you do us, the most precious thing we could get for your lordship. What is this? The warrior did not move during their turn. Oh wow, that's really good actually.
Marching ahead. Forge ahead.
We
Never
shall deal with
linger.
this.
Duty prevails.
Get more stuff again. Get even more items and stuff again. Every day is a blessing, my friend. Just don't make me eat weird gross sludge again.
Let's seize the moment.
Stop being so bloody difficult. What's that thing death cultists say? Your time has come, or what have you? No, please. What did I do? No! About being everywhere at once. How about we take his stuff to the marketplace? We'll get to eat soup tonight. I don't think you will.
Perfect. Let's see this through.
Specimens before you must be the most repellent inhabitants in the compartment. They are covered in sores and bald patches, glistening with pus, and the stench of unwashed bodies brings a tear to your eye. One of them glowers at you and grunts, "What you want?" "For what crime did you kill this man?" Grinning, the leader spit out, "Crime of wealth. That dead bastard had rations and fuel cells. We'll trade them for porridge." What are you, mutants? Invalids? Mold eaters. Outcasts. Folks who have no place, even among the lowest of the low. Some were born that way, some were driven out to keep them from spreading the contagion. The foreman won't let us near the vat. The enforcers try to shoot us on sight. And if it's our fault that we were born in a terrible place, we are worms in the rotten belly of this ship, fodder for disease. I can see no one has ever shown you any kindness. Grabs the throne and tests it with his teeth. "Don't expect thanks. You gave it to me freely. Got it?" You need medicine and food. I shall have them brought to you. So this guy's just a dick in every single moment of his life. You know what?
Challenging me was a mistake.
The masters demand your death!
Is it all of them are enemies? Not all of them. A lot of them. I think they're all melee combat users, so... we're gonna put you up here. Let's see, we're gonna put you over here. Oh, that's the thing I forgot. Because the thing you can do is, like, give Cassius, so it's like she always starts the battle first.
Death to the weak!
Cleanses the body. I bring ruin.
Poised for action. They won't expect this. I know what to do. As said, so done.
At your beck and call. Grey hair, sure hand. It will be done.
Out of my way! Death to the weak!
A costly mistake. Unpleasant.
Oh, they explode and... Yeah, I don't love that. Towards the... Well, I have to get away from them.
As the Emperor commands, I... You, my Emperor!
Death comes in silence, as honor ordains. Killing brings me no pleasure. Caught by the web. Come, the other side awaits. Trust me.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I have read tomes of military tactics. Emperor, give me strength. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Didn't see that one coming, did you? Contemplate your weakness. I know what to do.
Wait, what? Why does he have full health? Oh, the cloud heals him. Oh, that's fucked.
Was that you? Or... Will do.
Chaos guides me.
Easy. Consider that off limits. Not my area of expertise.
I will do my duty. No matter the cost. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
Out of my way! Death to the weak!
I'll endure this.
Doubt is for the weak.
A dance of blades and shadows. The shadows will see it done. As honor ordains.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I'll do it.
Be gone.
Chaos guides me.
There's something so fun about watching Abelard take literally 0 damage.
With purpose. I know what to do. Let's set this in motion.
Victory is imminent.
High momentum.
I'd rather not.
Death to non-believers!
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it. I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands.
Alright, so we've got 4 guys left.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me, death is a blessing.
Me. If you insist, Lord.
On it. Farewell.
I've suffered worse.
I said, so done.
without deeds is worthless.
I shall not fail. Killing brings me no pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Venture forth.
Over.
Marching ahead.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Pay attention. I better myself through my service. Never doubt me. Duty prevails.
Nice. Didn't blow up any of that.
That wasn't so difficult.
Formed by a death cult assassin. Explode in a fountain of blood. Blood file. Okay. Oh, can I heal that?
We are the
Duty beckons.
Look no further. This wound will make a fine scar.
I am beholden to you.
I thought that if I used a heal kit, it well. Huh.
They say I have a magnetic personality. That certainly explains why I keep attracting trouble.
Well, that's annoying. Figure in decaying tatters is rocking to and fro, muttering indistinctly in several different voices, occasionally breaking into hoarse laughter as you come closer. She freezes and turns slowly to look at you. An ugly, rusted mask covers her face.
Are you here to take Zdena to the other side? No, 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 no. You're just wandering around in the dark, looking for the light. But it's nowhere to be found. Do you really not see it?
Who are you?
Old Zidana. Zidana the outcast. Zidana the mad. Zidana the disaster. Zidana the cursed. Zidana the spurned.
The woman hugs her arms to her chest and starts cackling loudly. Broken chains clink to her emaciated wrists and neck.
A ghost of the past. The shadow of the present. Only the undying one knows. He alone.
What is this repulsive place? Do you live here? And scratches her neck nervously. You note her deformed fingers, ravaged by some unknown disease.
Here, where the unfortunate meet their undeath. Here, a dumping ground for the bodies of those the Undying One rejects. Here, where pestilence dwells, Zidena welcomes them all, talks to their ghosts. Here, where Zidena lives? Yes, that sounds right.
Talk to ghosts?
You can't hear them.
Zidena points somewhere off to the side, laughs, then stops herself sharply.
They don't like it when people come here.
Lord Captain, this woman is clearly ill in both spirit and body. Best to leave her be.
Colors are all mixed, smudged, poised to reveal a pure shade of madness, and yet scarlet threads separate these trembling patches, preventing her from losing herself.
Why are you wearing chains and a mask? You haven't escaped from the enforcers, have you?
Ah, these gifts they are. The chains clink to announce Sidena's approach, for others to hear.
She slides her disease-darkened palm down the rough, rusted metal of her mask.
They hide, fearful of becoming like Zidena, afraid of losing face.
There is a blood symbol next to you. I've seen such marks before. Is this another part of the Song of Trailing Blood? Zidena bursts into hysterical laughter.
Oh, yes, yes, the song. Here, listen.
And then starts chanting hurriedly.
She wandered in eternity and dark, yet was consoled, wept foretold, undying one, blood secrets glowed. A light to guide her faithful fold, but threads must end, and so the spider did that which was owed, her life and death to ship bestowed.
She laughs again.
And you'll see if you learn to see. Look into the darkness. Look, look!
I cannot fathom what I am meant to see here. You peer into the darkness and are gradually able to make out the outlines of objects hidden in the shadows. Rotting corpses, rough walls, the twitching death throes of infected people left here to die. You see no light in this place. Only more darkness and despair.
You don't see, do you? You don't see?
Zidena shakes her head frantically and starts tearing off her rags. Strips of her decaying flesh peel off along with them.
You will not see until you become like Zidena, the flesh and blood of the ship.
How do I become the flagship's blood?
Oh, Zidena will show you, and you'll see the true light. Come. Come now.
What? Rotating blades promise nothing but a senseless and brutal death. Slipping past them would require some unreasonably precise calculations, or blind luck. While listening to the air currents for a moment, you think you hear Zidena's whispered prayer rising from the depths of the shaft. Well, might as well jump. Oh, it's just me in here. I don't have
Onward to
flicks for
victory.
that. Suspicious rash. Strange rash appeared on your skin after you ventured in the ship's transportation tunnels. Most likely another trophy you've claimed from that unpleasant place. So am I just unable to get rid of that? Like forever?
Stay sharp.
No, I'm gonna hope not.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Well, I guess I can't go back up there, so oh well.
Ha! Nothing can catch me off guard. Let's seize the moment. Always striving for greatness.
Frail old man. Tinged with blood. Graybeard tinged with blood. Folds his wrinkled hands in a ritual gesture. His body is covered in scars, some old, some fresh. His eyes are sewn tightly shut. His body is covered. His mouth is cleft at both corners, making his jaw seem eerily snake-like.
And the Lord of the Ark walks to the path of unlife, in the footsteps of the web's very first spinner, and the servants of death bowed before him, for the Domin is the giver of life.
The old man goes still, his head turned to the side.
Nods towards the temple's muffled silence.
Yes. Yes, truth like a stream pours from your lips. We welcome him as the tenets demand.
Your hues are almost as pale as the gray of your beard, but what is this? Cassia flinches and takes a shuddering breath. A scarlet whirlwind shines through the faded colors. A thin blade appears in the old man's trembling hands. Although his arms are stiff and look like they can barely bend, in the next instant the dynasty's symbol is etched on his forehead, dripping blood. With a brief motion, he flicks the blood off his blade and several drops land on your face.
The blood-spun web welcomes its new lord. I am the Vizier. For many years we have waited, and now you are here.
We've waited, whispers echo his words from the shadow. Why is it you invited me here?
Death whispered your name and commanded us to honor you with a sacred ritual. But only inside the temple can the spinners perform it.
The Vizier is suddenly distracted by someone invisible and nods toward empty space.
Yes, we are glad he has reached this place. We are glad to serve.
What do you mean you've waited for many years? It was not so long ago that I made my acquaintance with the cult.
As I delve into my divinations from the flesh and blood of the departed ones, I turn to a relic most ancient and priceless. It is his tarot, inherited by the cult from the matriarch Spider, who spanned the first thread. One of the readings I did back when I still had the strength to leave the temple and usher souls on their final journey. That was when, in the intricate tangle of destiny, I glimpsed our meeting. But when we would meet, alas, was not revealed to me. So we waited, year after year, and now the hour has come.
You sense a strange disturbance around the Vizier. It's similar to one that appears around Kybella, but stronger. He is not a psyker, or else he is such a powerful one that he can conceal his gift. However, his psychic potential is definitely higher than that of an average mortal. There are people like that in the Imperium, undiscovered by inquisitorial hunters. They live out their lives as individuals with a reputation for having strange things happen to them on occasion. Perhaps this decrepit old man is indeed capable of gleaning something more from the Emperor's tarot than just painted pictures. Vizier. Is that some sort of title?
It is the name we give to the first spinner, the one who has learnt the wisdom of the tenets of the web in order to lead others. I may have a duty to instruct it spin bloody threads, but in all other ways I am as much his servant and yours as anyone else in this temple.
So you walked my companions in here the normal way while I was forced to take the jump.
The spinners guided them along a different trail. You had to take the step, for only you were meant to become the flagship's blood domain. There was no reason to test the faith of those who follow you, for this burden was not their lord to bear.
How did you manage to erect an entire temple in the middle of the ship without anyone noticing?
Followers of the cult once inhabited the tunnels between the bay's bulkheads until the threads of fate were tangled, and a domain of ages past gave us this compartment. We set ourselves to building spacious halls, where the shadows, the images of him, and the spinners themselves would whisper of death. And thus the temple you see began to change with the secession of Viziers and the cult's generations. We are building it still, slowly but surely.
I have walked the path of the matriarch spider. What now?
The Song of Trailing Blood tells of a path fraught with trials. By accepting it and setting out on that path, you pass the first one, the trial of resolve. For not everyone is prepared to shun their fear and doubt, and embark on a search for the unknown, a search for death. The trial of compassion was the second one. You passed it when you put yourself, albeit briefly, in the service of another soul, a man suffering from burns. For the choice between life and death is to be made only by those willing to take responsibility for the pain of another. The third was the trial of justice. In assuming the trial of judge for an apostate of our faith, you declared your right to influence the balance of life and death that the errant soul had upset. And the fourth was the trial of duty, for duty always leads to death. We are prepared to render our duty to the Undying One, fearless and accepting of our purpose, which is to serve him. You too have proven yourself prepared, and the 4 trials have brought you here.
How do you know I've passed every trial? Have you been watching me?
Scarlet shadows, death's Death's messengers accompanied you. They were my eyes and my ears, and thus I saw every choice you made, and heard every word you spoke.
Were the trials truly necessary? Would not a conversation have sufficed? The Vizier bows his head guiltily.
Such are the tenets of the web. They are all we have ever known, and the only life we have learned to live. The path you walk was a gift from the Undying One, and so we decided that was how we were to honor you.
The Vizier's sewn-shut eyes seem to peer into your face, studying it. Then he turns away and speaks into empty space again.
Peace, my brother. The time has almost come.
I see your eyes are sewn shut. Are you blind, or is that another of the cult's rituals?
I was sighted for much of my life until a disciple of mine violated the tenets, and I realized just how blind I had been. A lesson, but a bitter one. To look with one's eyes alone is to be easily fooled, but the heart cannot be lied to. Such is the truth, and such was my choice. I sealed my eyelids with a geas of true sight. Now I see more and better.
So this entire conversation is another test, I imagine. A smile graces the Vizier's bluish lips.
The tenets command us to be prepared for all trials, corporeal and spiritual alike. Are you prepared, Damin Balk?
His mouth closes, but you can still hear his whisper. A prickling sensation in your face is making you increasingly anxious. You raise a hand to your cheek, only to realize you can't feel it. You look at your palm and see a few smudged drops of blood from the Vizier's blade. A strange, serene calm envelops your body. Your fatigue subsides, and you seem to float in the air, seeing things you had not noticed before. The shadows in the corners taking on shape and color, the subdued lumen light playing on the cultist bone masks. Are they
really masks? Their tall, lean, empty-eyed wearers might as well be dead people. A chill runs down your spine. What is the meaning of this? Your heart is beating slowly, your breathing has become deeper, and your thoughts are muddled. You seem to be under the influence of a potent stimulant. One moment the walls of death's sanctum grown infinitely wide, the next they are so narrow as to make it hard to breathe. The floor dances underneath your feet, and the undying emperor's statue seems to shake its head threateningly as it looks down upon you. And what happens now?
That is for you to tell me.
You look at the vizier, and his trembling frame seems small and insignificant. A single step is all it would take to crush him. But the visions are starting to wear off, and now the old man towers over you, the keen gaze of his sealed eyes. He's studying your every movement, waiting for a response. Now you are going to initiate me as a servant of death. Vizier ponders your words for a long time, whispers something to the empty space behind his shoulder, then shakes his twitching head.
Our thread is repellent to you, Dom. In bulk, you proved it by walking the matriarch's path in your own way. It is your right, and we respect your choice. However, only one who accepts the essence of death may become its servant. You accept your own essence, and we dare not burden you with our dogma. For years we have maintained fealty to the Domini. We have collected sacred symbols and relics. You are the first in 3 generations of lords and ladies to descend into this sanctum. We are grateful. We are uplifted in spirit. Hear our exaltation and accept this gift of a vestment sewn from the bones of his faithful with the threads of death. That which was foretold has come to pass. The ritual of descent is complete. Now be this temple's guest of honor and rest a while.
Onward to victory.
I am at your service.
First spinner.
Peace, Skybella. You are the shield, you are the shadow, you are the blade. So be them.
I'll take my leave now.
We will meet again, Domin, when the threads of fate weave a bloody pattern.
That's it then? I'm done? I'm all set? Do I just leave?
Stay sharp.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Let's see this through.
So, did I complete the quest, or no? I guess so. To become the flagship's blood. Alright then. So I'm just free to go. Well, Jesus, it's already been 8 hours. I think call the stream there. Oh, right. And I will pick it back up tomorrow. About the same time, 12:30. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll, yeah, see you tomorrow.